here at Yankee Stadium between the Yankees and the Orioles. We will cross our fingers tightly and hope that this game does get in. And there's only so far they can wait because there's a day-night doubleheader tomorrow. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry will take it over when we return from a quick break. Stay right here on the Yes Network. Well, the Yankees have taken the field, and now let's toss it to the public address announcer here at Yankee Stadium, Paul Olden, as we get ready for our national anthem.
I'd like to take a moment of silent prayer to remember former Yankees pitcher Hideki Irabu, who passed away Wednesday. Hideki began his career in pinstripes in 1997 and would win 29 games for the Yankees over the next 3 seasons, and was a member of the 1998 and 1999 World Championship teams. Hideki Irabu was 42 years old. Thank you. And now, Robert Merrill's rendition of our national anthem.
Let's look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. As you can tell, we're about 2 hours from where we would be if the game had started on time. But a heavy downpour, 80 degrees, 75% humidity, not much wind. The forecast is still for more scattered thunderstorms. Well, the 2 young men that we spoke about, they're going to throw out the first pitch here at the stadium. Mark Teixeira, who is part of the day, is going to receive one of the first pitches, and Russell Martin the other. And we're about ready to play ball. There's a strike, and there's a strike. Those are strikes in anybody's heart. Just outstanding. And as I mentioned, later on we'll talk with Kim Jones, who has all the detail of what was a very special day for those 2 young men. So they will head off the field and enjoy the rest of the game, as you will as well. A.J. Burnett is getting ready, starting his warm-ups. Take a look at the Orioles starting lineup presented by HP. J.J. Hardy, the shortstop, is going to lead off. Batting second, playing right field, Nick Markakis. Adam Jones, the center fielder, will hit third. Cleaning up the DH, Vlad Guerrero. Derek Lees at first base, he'll bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing third base, Mark Reynolds. Matt Wieters will catch, he'll bat seventh. Batting eighth, playing left field, Nolan Reimold. And Robert Andino, the second baseman, will bat ninth.
You're looking at A.J. Burnett. He's taking his final warm-up toss. As you look at the numbers on the year, and as we talked about, his numbers are pedestrian, 8-8 with a 4.21 ERA. You can see he's very tough to hit. Only 111 hits and 130 in the third innings. But the 61 walks, that's too many walks. Let's check out our pitcher scouting report. His last win was June 29th. He hasn't won. This is his last shot to win a game in July. But he's had 19 strikeouts in his last 16 2/3 innings. He can put people away, and right-handed batters are hitting a paltry .226 against him. He's 12-4 in his career against Baltimore, and he beat them once this year on April 13th here at Yankee Stadium. So he does well against Baltimore.
Let's check out the Yankee defense behind A.J. Burnett. And is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz tri-state dealer. It's pretty much your standard Yankee lineup. Gardner, Granderson, and Swisher left to right. Chavez is at third. Jeter, Cano, Teixeira round out the rest of the infield. Russell Martin behind the plate. And Alan James Burnett is on the mound. Yankees are looking for someone to step forward and saying, let this number 2 spot be my job. And A.J. Burnett thinks it could be his, and certainly has the talent for it. As J.J. Hardy digs in, J.J. against A.J. Let's do it here in the Bronx. The big right-hander deals. And it's outside corner. We are underway. Mike DeMuro is the home plate umpire. So that ball clipped the outside corner. Hardy, one of the few Orioles having a really fine season. And he swings at the 0-1 pitch and pops it up. Derek Jeter on the outfield grass will make the play for the first out. Well, we've already met Mike DeMuro behind the plate. Let's go around the diamond. Tim Welke is at first. Andy Fletcher is at second. And Jim Reynolds is over at third. Officially a 1 hour and 49-minute rain delay here at the stadium.
Like old hat does, Michael. We're used to this stuff.
Absolutely.
Kenny, this is a new thing for you, isn't it?
A rain delay? I would have gone somewhere, done something, and come back and watch the game.
Get 9 holes in an hour and 49 minutes, huh?
Here's Nick Markakis. Nick in a little bit of a slump, 1 for his last 13.
He and Hardy are in a race. They each have 99 career home runs. Looking for number 100.
I mean, we'll tell you how poorly the Orioles have been doing as we move along, but they're 1-9 in their last 10 road games. They have not won any of their last 8 series. It gets worse. The more you dig into it, they are really, really stumbling. The 1-1. That one is drilled deep to right field. Swisher back, turning. He'll make the play as he hits up against the wall. Markakis hit it well, but Swisher ran it down.
Gotta see, this ball must be off the end of the bat, because off the bat, I thought this ball was out of here. You see, it's just off the end. Swisher gets a good jump, good play.
Bring back memories, Paul?
Hey, you know you're loose when you get a ball like that and you make a good play. Start in the first inning.
Up against the wall.
And a big grin to go along with it. So 2 down, and that'll bring up Adam Jones, another Oriole having a good year. 292, 18 homers, and 62 runs batted in. He has a 5-game hitting streak. He's 6 for his last 13.
He's probably been their best overall player all season long.
You say athletically, he's probably their best player out on the field.
Yeah, he plays a very good center field. He's won a Gold Glove in the past. And he's got good numbers on the season. He's 1 home run away from his career high.
The 1-0. Well, Burnett, and the first pitch to 95. That one was 94, so he's got a good fastball working so far tonight.
That had good movement on it, too. And, Michael, you remember the first 2 innings against Oakland last time out. Dominant. First couple innings, and all of a sudden he started missing a little bit. So I don't know if it'd be a concentration thing or something, but when you come out throwing this well in the first inning, you got to be able to keep it.
IOTV offers incredible HD picture and sound. Get the best in HD free. IOTV is the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on Yes.
Keep the pitch count down early in the game. Get out of innings as quickly as you can.
2-1. Now 2-2.
It's one of those hot, muggy nights. You know, the pitcher's the one that's the most affected.
It's funny, Kenny, you talk about that. His last outing against Oakland was during that little heat wave where it was 100 degrees, and we were talking about that same thing. He has an easy time getting 2 strikes. Then I think he tries to get a lot of strikeouts out of the zone, and before you know it, it's a 6 or 7 at bat pitch.
Well, that was a swing and a miss, so that's a fairly effective inning. 10 pitches, and the Orioles go down 1, 2, 3. Orioles nothing, and the Yankees coming to bat. And we'll take a look at the Yankees starting lineup presented by HP. Brett Gardner is in left field to lead off. The captain, the shortstop, Derek Jeter, bats second. Batting third, playing center field, Curtis Granderson. Mark Teixeira at first base cleans up. The number 5 hitter, second baseman Robinson Cano. Nick Swisher's in right field. He'll bat sixth. Batting seventh, playing third base, Eric Chavez. Jorge Posada will DH. He'll bat eighth. Batting ninth and catching, Russell Martin.
32-year-old right-hander Jeremy Guthrie gets the call for the Baltimore Orioles tonight. In his career, he's 3-9 against the Yankees. You see his numbers on the year: 4-14, 4.33. You can see more than a hit per inning, 85 strikeouts, 41 walks. Let's check out our G pitcher scouting report on Jeremy Guthrie. He's got low run support. The Orioles have only scored just over 3 runs per game when he's on the mound, so he hasn't gotten much in the way of support. Leads the league in losses with 14, and there are trade rumors surrounding him and Koji Uehara, 2 pitchers on their staff. That's about it. That's all they talk about, these 2 guys being traded.
It's funny, if you look at the Orioles and the type of year that they're having, these type of teams are always brought up at trade rumors because they're usually trying to get prospects back. But the last 2 series, we've had some guys that were untouchable. I can't think of a player on this team really that is untouchable.
Pitch is outside as Gardner leads off.
There are a few guys they might not want to trade, but if you knock their socks off, they're going to trade them.
Right.
Baltimore has a team ERA of 4.82. Significant. It's the worst in baseball. They haven't hit. They haven't pitched of late. They have really been in a bad way, and they come up against a Yankee team that certainly defended its home turf well. 17-5 last 22 games here at the stadium.
One thing to remember, that Baltimore's also given up the most runs. They've given up the most home runs. Things are starting to heat up in Baltimore, temperature-wise, and at Camden Yards, it's a good hitting ballpark. And the Orioles themselves are hitting a lot of home runs, but they've given up more.
Orioles have allowed 132 home runs this year as well. And they pitch half their games in a hitter-friendly ballpark. That one is grounded outside of first. O'Neill, I'd see you walking into Camden Yards, a little drool coming down your lip.
I'll tell you what, you just think about a ballpark that you would like to play in. It's Camden Yards. I mean, there's just a great feeling there, a great hitter's park. The gaps were short. Boob's Barbecue has got you in the mood. You can smell the barbecue back there. It's a great baseball park.
Especially when you're out in right field. It's just right next to it.
So Guthrie deals the 3-2. Fly ball center field. Adam Jones drifts back for the first out. Let's check out the Orioles team scouting report brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts.
Well, they've hit 71 home runs since June 1st. That's the most in the major leagues. They've hit them, but they are road weary. They've lost their last 10 road series, and they have struggled. What has happened with their starting pitchers, usually get knocked out early. Their bullpen's been overworked. Buck Showalter's had to go to the bullpen time and time again. So you get to this, the bullpen's arm weary, and they give up more runs when they come in.
Here's the captain, Derek Jeter, 7 for his last 22. And Guthrie deals a strike.
Look at that. I mean, remind you of A.J. Burnett? Guy 94 with movement. Why he does not win games? I mean, obviously you're talking about the Baltimore Orioles, but he has not been a winning pitcher with the type of stuff that he has.
I think I read the other day, in his last 27 losses, the Orioles have scored 38 runs while he's been in the game.
Almost started expecting it.
Exactly. So that's like 1 run plus.
Grounded softly to short. J.J. Hardy for the second out. Why don't we check out the Orioles defense, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State Deal. Reimold, Jones, and Markakis left to right in the outfield. Infield, Reynolds, Hardy, and Dino and Lee. That's third to first. Matt Wieters is behind the plate, and Jeremy Guthrie is on the mound. I think Wieters is a guy that they'd be somewhat hesitant to deal.
He was an all-star this year.
High draft pick. They like his work ethic. Here's Granderson. Guthrie deals. Breaking ball is low, 1-0. .28 home runs, tied with his teammate Mark Teixeira. Second behind Bautista of the Blue Jays, who has 31. That's 56 home runs back-to-back in the Yankee lineup. Count 1-2. Tonight's closed captioning brought to you by Verizon Wireless.
One thing about the Oriole pitching staff, they've had 3 pitching coaches within the last 2 seasons. Rick Kranitz, Mark Carner at the beginning of this year, now Rick Adair.
Adair had started the season as the bullpen coach. And Mark Carner just didn't see it happening for him and decided to walk away. Very close friends with Buck Showalter. Must have been very frustrated to give it up. Here's the 2-2. Hammered foul.
This is terrible. I told the ball boy today, I said, you got to make a play out there. And he olayed that ball. Didn't even go after it. There, he knows it. See, he had his head down. I told him I'd get you on play of the week. Anything. Just make a good grab.
That was a tough play, though.
Yeah, I'd be getting out of the way, too.
The 2-2. Grounded softly to second. Andino charges and just gets Granderson for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. Well, we played one here at the stadium. 0-0. You're watching Yes. Deadline approaching. Which of these Orioles is the most interesting to other teams? You can text us at 58772. Standard text messaging rates apply. Here are your choices, and these are the 3 that you read about that might be on the market. Jeremy Guthrie, who's starting tonight. Derek Lee, the first baseman, and Koji Uehara, one of the relief pitchers for the O's. From what I've heard, Uehara is probably the most likely to go.
When he comes out of the bullpen, you'll see. I mean, he's got kind of stuff that you remember, good stuff. And I also think you should add Vlad to that. I mean, here's a guy that's instant offense, that has been on winning teams, has been in playoffs. He might be on the block too, not on the block, but other teams would be interested just because of his offensive number.
Pick up a hitter that would help, but Vlad is the type of guy. Now he's kind of limited. He's strictly a DH. And I would think most of the good teams already have a decent DH. And I don't see him coming off the bench. I really don't see that. He's got to play with it. He's swinging at everything anyway.
Ground ball is second. Guerrero came up the DL on Tuesday, had a broken right wrist. So just getting the swing down.
Tell you what, if you're a National League team and you look at Guthrie and you think, maybe we can get him out of this league, get him into a surrounding where we're in a race and we're winning, I'd be very surprised if the National League teams aren't interested in him. Just the type of pitcher he is, hard sinker. I guess the decision is he going to change and become part of a winning thing, or has he been in Baltimore so long that he's just used to losing?
First of all, you know he's battle tested pitching so many games in the American League East.
Yep.
Pitch outside. Derek Lee starting to hit a little bit better, especially since the All-Star break. He's up to 245 now, 11 homers and 39 ribbies. He'd be the first guy to tell you he's disappointed in his performance. It's not what the Orioles expected when they signed him to a one-year deal. He was traded last year, spent all those years with the Cubs. Actually, he was traded to the Angels and had the right to say no to the trade, and he did. And then he was involved in the talks and ended up being traded to the Atlanta Braves. Became a free agent, signed with the Orioles, and that's where he is now. And some teams will inquire. I heard the Pirates might be interested. Lyle Overbay hasn't been graded first for them.
You know, I think one thing with Lee, a couple of things. He had the thumb surgery at the end of last season. Didn't get much of spring training. Also, this is his first real extended experience in the American League outside of interleague play. He's always been a National League player.
Great clubhouse presence. Plays first base well. And he works a walk there against Burnett. So Burnett, with that walk, is now first in the American League in walks, 62 walks. He's tied with Trevor Cahill of the A's, also with 62.
Not his last outing against Oakland, which we had talked about, but the one before in Tampa, season high 6 walks. So he's kind of fighting control. Thought he had it figured out last time out. Start walking 5 and 6 guys a game, Kenny. Not good thing. Good things aren't going to happen.
Here's Mark Reynolds. 1 for his last 11. And he skies that one deep to right field. Going back, Swisher on the track, at the wall. See ya! 2-run home run into the Yankee bullpen. Reynolds with his 22nd home run. And they signed him for those home runs and the strikeouts as well. And this time it's a home run that gives the O's a 2-0 lead.
You said it, Michael. You know what you get with Reynolds. You get a lot of strikeouts, but you also get a lot of power. See A.J. Burnett, and you see that little tail from the outside corner just back to the middle of the plate. Outfielders are running, but Reynolds knew off the bat that ball's out of here.
Yeah, he's hit enough of them to know that that couldn't stay in the ballpark. He leads the team with 22 home runs now.
And it's the 19th home run allowed by A.J. Burnett. Now, if you think 19's a lot, I was listening to the Met game the other day, and Bronson Arroyo was allowed 29 home runs in the Reds.
Yeah, I watched the evening news there. You see a lot of highlights in Great American Ballpark. You see a lot of balls flying out of there.
It's a hitter's park, isn't it?
Oh, no doubt about it. You know how you look at Yankee Stadium in that happy zone, kind of right center field. But
where that last one went?
Yeah, Great American Ballpark. It goes from line to line.
To the Siege foul.
I mean, it's hard on everybody, Kenny, but you're looking at a 2-hour rain delay. It just, as a player, everyday player, it gets you out of your rhythm. And you have trouble getting into games with that long of a break.
Well, you sit in the clubhouse, you wonder what to do. You know, your engine is tuned to come on at 7 o'clock, and all of a sudden you got a 2-hour rain delay, and then you got to find a way to start the engine again, and turn that key and get it going.
You keep walking into the manager's office. If you heard anything, you got a time, and until you get a time, it's hard to stay up, and then sometimes it's hard to turn it off and turn it on again before a big break like that.
Popped up. Eric Chavez settles underneath with a second out. Take the Yankees with you when you travel out of the Yankees home territory. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see Yankees games live or on demand on your computer and your favorite devices. Visit Yankees.com to order. Get more details. MLB.tv. Baseball everywhere. Here's Nolan Reimold. There's a strike.
Reimel's trying to lay claim to the left field position. Started the year in the minor leagues. Last year he had Achilles problems, had surgery on his Achilles tendon. It kind of robbed him of his ability to really have that burst out of the batter's box and in the outfield. This year he's healthy again, but got off to a slow start, went to the minors, now is back, and he's got some tools, got some power.
Reimel looking at a called third strike. But the home run by Reynolds gives the Orioles a 2-0 lead. It's his 22nd of the year. We go to the bottom of the second. Bronx Bombers Sunday. What do you got there,
chime in with a little mint.
Liberty Mint, Lady Liberty Mint. What do you got there, Kenny?
The Pinstripe Brownie Blast.
Got to be tough to be the ice cream delivery man in a 2-hour rain delay, right?
Absolutely. Well, since 2009, Turkey Hill has been the official ice cream of the Yankees, Paul. Lady Liberty Premium Mint Ice Cream, chocolate cake crunchies, and crunchy chocolate cookie swirl.
Can't even get it out. It sounds so good.
Bronx Bombers Sunday Premium Chocolate Ice Cream with chocolate cookie swirl and chocolate covered crunchies.
I'll be back next inning.
Here's Mark Teixeira, pitch outside, and the Pinstripe Brownie Blast Premium Vanilla Ice Cream with brownie batter swirl and brownie pieces. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You do the play-by-play, Paul.
Sure. And we got Mark Teixeira. 1-1, no outs, folks.
That would be scary.
How was that?
That was good.
That was my first play-by-play. How do you rate that? 1 to 5.
5 being the best?
Yeah.
4 1/4.
Give him a promo.
Yeah. Grounded to second. And Dino, 4 up, 4 down for Mark or Jeremy Guthrie.
I noticed that the Orioles did not shift. You see, J.J.
Yes.
Hardy was on the left side of second base. Maybe their scouting reports a little bit different than the rest of the league.
And Buck has a lot of scouting reports. Believe me, you see, there is somewhat of a pull, but you're right. Second baseman still on the infield. It's a little different from Mark Teixeira. Probably surprised him when he grounded the ball to see the second baseman on the Yankees, who Willie Randolph, saw him on the field today.
Willie's in charge of the infielders. I know what Willie's thinking. I was able to do it by myself. I didn't need any help.
Grounded to first. Lee is right there, and Cano is retired. How about that? The Orioles get Cano. And there's 2 away. And that's going to bring up Nick Swisher. Guthrie is 29-29 against all teams except those in the American League East. Against the American League East, he's 13-33. So career, he's 20 games under 500. All those 20 games under 500 against the East.
What does that tell you if you're a team out of the American League or a team in another division? Yeah.
It also tells you that Jeremy Guthrie doesn't like being in the American League East. You're playing 18 times a year against these teams.
Look what he does in the last 7 starts against the Yankees. 0-7, 6.75.
Does that tell you he's worth taking a shot?
You know what? To me, to get him out of this league into the National League, a National League team, good team that needs pitching, would be a real good gamble to get him out of these ballparks where he's used to losing, get him in a surrounding that they're used to winning.
The 2-1. Off speed, 2-2. Guthrie has lost his last 8 road decisions.
13 for 27.
A little damage too, a couple home runs. Got to figure if you're a hitter and you've had that much success against a pitcher, you got to go in, you got to see how you hit him, what you hit, because you've got to figure that he's going to try to change something up.
Exactly.
You know, if you're hitting a lot of his fastballs, if you're hitting his breaking balls, you've got to figure that he's going to try to change things.
Fastball in.
3-2. Fouled away.
You see that fastball was supposed to be in. The ball ended up down the middle of the plate. Nick Swisher had enough speed, 94, to get away with it.
And here's in, and it's going to be over here.
The ball starts creeping out over the plate. Those are the balls that get hit.
Enough giddy up on it that he fouled it back.
(3-2). Strike 3. Swisher down looking, and the Yankees have gone down in order the first 2 innings against Jeremy Guthrie. We played 2 at the stadium. It's 2-0 O's. We go to the top of the 3rd inning. In the top of the 3rd inning, we bring in our good friend Kim Jones. And Kim, this is the last Hope Week story. And as with every Hope Week story, it's riveting, it's emotional, and you've been there right from the very start, Kim.
It is a grand finale, Michael. Today's honoree is John Laharsky, Lahutsky, who's 21 years old and shares his honor with Andre Sullivan, his good buddy who's 19. And why not? Because these two young men share quite a story. They spent their early years together, neglected and unloved, in a Russian orphanage. Because of their physical limitations, they were deemed part of the uncurables, meaning they were meant to be treated as objects, not as infants. However, John and Andre had each other, and they learned to cope and they learned to communicate, and they were the best friend each other could ever ask for in those dire situations. Well, in 1997, Andre was adopted by a couple, Roz and Tom Sullivan, who spent years living in Moscow and now reside with their family in Michigan. 2 years later, when he was 9, John was adopted by a single mother, Paula Lahutsky, who decided it was the right decision to bring this young boy who had cerebral palsy into her home and into her heart. Well, today on the Today Show, as part of Yankees Hope Week, John and Andre were secretly reunited. Neither one knew what was coming. It was as big a surprise as it could be. And for 30 seconds or so, they simply stood looking at each other, unable to believe what they were seeing. John finally said to Paula, his mother, "Am I seeing what I'm seeing?" And she said yes. And Tom Sullivan, Andre's dad, told me earlier today on the field that it is a miracle, given what these boys went through, that they are alive today. And then he said, and today was an absolutely spectacular experience for all of us.
So, Kim, it started at the Today Show, but both of these guys ended up having great days.
They sure did, Michael. It didn't end at the Today Show. It included a horse-drawn carriage ride with Joe Girardi as Curtis Granderson makes that catch. And you're seeing the horse carriage there, and they wound up in Central Park, where Mark Teixeira and Brett Gardner and Larry Rothschild and Kevin Long met the group, and they went to the Central Park Zoo. They fed the sea lions, and those boys impressed everyone with their courage and their warmth. And they are absolutely amazing, Kevin Long told me. They inspire us. And I asked Andre today if he's a Yankees fan. The response from John, he is now, because John has been a lifelong Yankees fan as far as he remembers growing up in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. He is part of the Lehigh Valley Yankees fan club, and never were they happier than today when they were on the field hanging out with the Yankees during batting practice.
It seems like the players say it, and it's true. It means something to them, and there are lifelong bonds that are forged.
There really are, Michael, because Teixeira and Gardner during BP were making sure that John and Andre leave their email addresses. They want to become email buddies. And John is going to enter Northampton Community College this fall, a real success story. He wants to be a filmmaker, and Teixeira said, John will be directing, Andre will be right behind him, and I'm promised an acting role in whatever project they do. And as for his part, Andre does go to Lake Michigan College, so this is a very happy ending to stories that really weren't meant to be happy endings, frankly, back then in Russia. And for their part, John in 2009 took part with Alan Phillips in writing a book, The Boy from Baby House 10. That is where these young men resided. The goal is that people who have disabilities are treated as they should be, like all the rest of us.
Kim, outstanding job by the New York Yankees, and a good job by A.J. Burnett. Here in the third, as the Orioles go down in order 1, 2, 3. Hope Week a resounding success again. 2 more days and 3 games against the Orioles. Day-night doubleheader tomorrow. We'll have both games on Yes. 105 start Sunday against the O's. Then the Yankees hit the road. 4 games against the White Sox and 3 games against the Red Sox.
What a ride on that Acela. I was on it this morning.
How about this stat, guys? This is interesting and somewhat daunting as well. The Yankees' schedule for the first 4 months of the season has been heavily weighted for the Bronx, as the Lincoln scoreboard shows a 2-0 deficit. After Sunday's game against Baltimore, 34 of their last 56 games are going to be on the road. So that is going to be quite a test. The 0-1 to Chavez. 1-1.
Looking back, Kenny, you always love to finish the season strong at home. I mean, you like to get a lot of your travel out of the way early. It's kind of backwards this year for the Yankees. They still have a West Coast trip to do.
Grounded to first. Lee is there. Flips to Guthrie, and there's one away.
I think it's with Seattle and Anaheim. I think is the
Seattle and Anaheim.
Yeah, that's the final West Coast trip. It wasn't like the one they had earlier this year, where they made all 3 stops for the first time, I think, since the late '80s.
I'd say that was like the old days.
Yeah.
Go out there and hit all the cities. Only go out twice a year.
Here's Jorge Posada.
You were talking about the test on the road. Now, the Yankees have won 17 of their last 22 home games. That shows you how important it is and how good they've played here at Yankee Stadium, how well they've played here at Yankee Stadium. They've been a pretty good road team.
You come into the game tonight, 20 games over 500. Believe you're playing pretty well on the road too. They've been good, but they're going to go through times at the end of the season where you get a little tired. You get a little tired of the traveling. 27 and 20 on the road. So anytime you're over 500 on the road, you're doing pretty well.
Well, the old formula is beat up people at home and play 500 on the road. So if you're over 500 on the road, that's even better. Those are the standings. Red Sox split a 4-game set with the Royals. They lost yesterday, so the Yankees gained a half game by being idle. And the Rays now 8 games behind. Line drive, a base hit for Posada up the middle. The Yankees' first base runner.
Knocked his hat off, Ken.
One of those Chuck and Duckers. Now watch the reaction of Guthrie here. He put his hand up after that ball was past him.
See, a lot of times you hit the ball up the middle, you kind of fight it off the handle. That ball was hit on the barrel. And that's the ball that pitchers really don't have a lot of time to react.
That was almost down to one of those Charlie Brown comics. Line drive through the middle, his clothes come off.
Russell Martin takes outside. Ground ball, base hit through the left side.
Looking for Russell Martin to get a nice little hot streak going here. He got off well this season, but he hit to a slump a little bit in the middle part of the year, and now coming down the stretch. Look for him to get some big hits. This might be one right here. Get one through the hole. 2 men on, 1 man out. Starting to know the league a little better. A couple times through.
So the Yankees' first 2 base runners have a little rally going here in the third. They're trailing 2-0 on Reynolds' 2-run home run. That came in the second. We're at the bottom of the third. Here's Gardner. Jeremy Guthrie, very bright young man. He was the valedictorian in high school. He went to BYU, then went on his Mormon mission after his freshman season, spending 2 years in Spain. And then after that, he came back and went to Stanford.
Speaks Spanish fluently. Guess you would have to learn if you're going to spend 2 years in Spain.
Otherwise, you'll go hungry. He commutes to the Oriole games at home by bicycle and was behind the movement to get recycling bins in the clubhouse in Baltimore.
Green fellow.
That one is wrapped into right center field, but Adam Jones runs it down. I'm just thinking, can you imagine a pitcher going up to Leo DeRocher and going, you know, I really want recycling bins in the clubhouse. I don't think Leo the Lip would have liked it.
It's right after Leo closed his laptop to find out what the player wanted when he walked in the office. Huh? Done a game, Kenny, since Gardner's been in the leadoff spot. Jeet's been down to 2.
Yeah,
What's your thoughts on that?
No, Gardner's been hot stealing bases. I mean, he's stolen 18 in a row. So you want to give him that extra opportunity at the beginning of the game to get something going. Right at the top. Plus, since Jeter's come off the DL, he's hitting over 300.
He's hitting extra base hits, too.
Yeah.
He's really on the bat better since he's been back as he has all year, power-wise.
I think with Gardner hitting ahead of him, he can just say, this is going to be a fastball. This is going to be a fastball.
I also think it puts him in a position where to use his strength. And Derek's strength is to hit the ball to right center.
Knocked down by Guthrie, saved an RBI single, and that will do it. So Guthrie works into and out of trouble. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left. We're through 3, 2-0 O's. '70s, only one player had more walks in all of Major League Baseball than Ken Singleton. Who is that player? Kenny, you were ahead of your time. That's before walks paid big money, although you did okay.
Yeah, they paid pretty good money.
Wait, during this
I'm not complaining.
Wasn't a teammate, was it, Kenny?
No.
No?
No. He's a good player, though.
We'll find out in the bottom of the inning. 2-0 Orioles on Mark Reynolds. 2-run home run in the second. A.J. Burnett makes that one mistake, and so far paying for it as he's down 2-0. It'll be Jones, Guerrero, and Lee. I was watching Baseball Tonight on ESPN last night, and I thought I knew I was going to be working with you guys. I said, how did they do it? How were they top flight hitters on top of their game when the pitchers were so sneaky? See, Curt Schilling was on. And he said that when he would face a hitter, like in the 7th or 8th inning of a game that he's leading 8-1, he would pitch him completely the opposite the way he would pitch him in a moment where he had to get him out. Because he was thinking ahead to the next game when he would face him in a big situation. He said, I would give him a pitch that he could drive, so that would mess up his thinking.
You believe all that, Kenny?
You know, maybe a little bit, but I also feel that when you come up in tight situations, this is when you find out how they really want to pitch.
Wow.
Cano makes the play and gets Adam Jones.
So, there's no doubt about it. Yeah. Men in scoring position, you see breaking balls, that tells me the scouting report on you thinks that they can get you out with that breaking ball. No doubt about it. This ball hit off the end of the bat, and you just see it shattered. Good play by Robbie.
If he hits it well, instead of off the end, that's going to be a base hit.
Right.
But it gives Cano time to get back behind second and make that patented Cano play. Not in a rush. Looks even better in slow-mo. But he throws him out. Jones can run. Got him easily.
There were times, and I look back, we used to go down and face. He hits one to right center.
Giving chase is Granderson. He's not going to get there, and it bounces into the Yankee bullpen for a double.
Talked about it, Michael. He just got off the DL. That hand must be strong enough. He drove that ball out to right center. Ground rule double. Not much you can throw around the plate. Not over the plate, but around the plate that Vladimir Guerrero won't swing at.
That one was elevated a bit so he could get to it, but you're right. His at-bats have a tendency to be over quick because he's swinging. As soon as he steps out of dugout, he is swinging.
Now, one thing we should clear up, Curt Schilling was an exceptional pitcher. I don't know if every pitcher's like that.
Well,
let's hope not.
I was talking about, we used to go into Houston and face, one of the better pitching staffs, and the top pitcher in the league at that time, it was Mike Scott. And I'm telling you that if it was a blowout, you would not mind facing him. And if he had a 4 or 5 run lead, he'd throw fastballs right there. All of a sudden, if it meant on third or something, all of a sudden these split fingers and these balls start moving in funny ways. He was a completely different pitcher. So I think he pitched to the scoreboard. But, nasty pitchers, believe me, they keep their best pitches for the big situations.
Were you saying he was doing something to the ball? Or?
Well, it just seemed to move funny.
Let's watch Derek Lee here. And I don't think he was happy with the call.
The 0-1. Now, we're not saying that Scott did that, but if you would do something to the baseball, it makes sense that you wouldn't do it if you were blowing the other team out.
Why bother at that point?
Go back to 1993, first-round draft pick in San Diego Padres.
Derek Lee?
Derek Lee, 1993, been around a while. Turned down a basketball scholarship at the University of North Carolina.
Really?
He could have played for Dean Smith.
Wow. Most players that you talk about back from that era, everybody played basketball, everybody played football, baseball. But when you hear you gave up a scholarship to UNC, that means you could play.
Yeah.
You passed up a couple scholarships, didn't you, Mike?
Not athletic. Here's the 1-2. Pitch outside, 2-2. And the pitch.
When AJ's been hurt, he's only given up 2 hits, but had been hit pretty well, and both of them were elevated. The home run to Reynolds was up in the middle of the plate. The one to Guerrero was up and out over the plate. A couple of right-handed hitters got to him, and he's pretty tough on righties, and it's primarily because of his breaking ball.
Driven into center field. Going back, Granderson. He can't make the play. It's past him, and it rolls to the wall. Guerrero will score, and Lee is at second with an RBI double. It's 3-0 O's.
You see power hitters, when they get a pitch to hit and they hit it hard, it's like the outfielders just aren't fast enough to run it down. And this ball, breaking ball, but this is one of those rollers, one of those balls that stays up in the zone. Not a lot of breaking. You see it just kind of hang there. Derek Lee drives it. Granderson just does not have enough time to outrun the ball.
As Michael said, Lee's starting to heat up a bit. He's starting to hit the ball much better. He's now hitting 5 of his last 6 games. One of the problems for him this year, he hadn't hit well with runners in scoring position. He did right there, though.
All right, Rothschild talks things over with Burnett. Burnett has not won in the month of July. This is his last opportunity.
Mark Reynolds hit a home run last time up, and the ball was away. You usually think that you know, a guy's going to take him away. You end up throwing him in next at bat, or go to a breaking ball.
That's a pretty good one. Tight, short break.
Much different from the breaking ball that Derek Lee hit to center field.
This is what Reynolds did in the second inning.
See, this is the first pitch away. Fastball kind of tailed back over the middle of the plate, but pitchers don't forget on what happened, whether they miss location or not. They don't remember. They don't forget. I keep saying the wrong thing. You hit a fastball out, chances are you're getting something different the next time up.
The rain delay got to you tonight, didn't it, Paul?
A little flustered up here right now, aren't I? Looking for the right words, and they're just not popping off my head.
Count 0-2 on Reynolds.
Still early.
What really flustered me is between innings.
Right.
They throw my picture up, right? And then they throw baby pictures up.
Right.
And all of a sudden, baby picture of you's looking at me.
Pretty
Tried
bad.
to compare me to you.
No comparison.
Well,
Reynolds
I did hear
strikes
you
out.
were a late bloomer.
Very late. I'm still blooming. 114 strikeout for Reynolds.
And a good short breaking ball at that. Reynolds is up and in or low and away. It's at places that usually you can pitch it. But you can pitch anybody in those two spots. You do pretty well if you have something on it.
There's Matt Wieters.
He was the Orioles All-Star representative this year.
Now, Russell Martin was an all-star rep that didn't get in the game because he said let Wieters go in. So he wanted Wieters to have the opportunity because Russell had played for the Dodgers in the all-star game. It's great with runners in scoring position. 358.
Yeah, he's one of the best in the league. That was a nice gesture by Russell Martin. Let the kid play. This is his first all-star game. The funny thing about it, Wieters had not had a pass ball all season long, and he had one in the All-Star game.
1-1.
But one thing he's really improved at, and it was Tony Pena who told me in spring training, he says Wieters has really improved defensively. He saw it back in spring training. He's thrown out the second most runners in all of baseball. He's thrown out 27 runners this year. And this is for a tall catcher, about 6'5". And usually it's those tall catchers, they have to come all the way up and throw. It takes them a little more time to get up there and make their throws. But this year, Wieters has really come along defensively. Offensively, he's just a little bit better than last year. But defensively, he's light years better.
Pitch inside.
So this might be a testing type series for Wieters, the way the Yankees have been stealing bases lately. Yankees have stolen 40 of their last 43 attempts. They've made it. Let's run it.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him. So he strikes out the final 2 batters of the inning to escape further damage. 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Orioles 3, Yankees nothing. There's little Paul O'Neill. And there is big-headed Michael Kay. More than Kenny. It's annoying me. Decade of the 70s, New York State Smokers Quitline quiz. Who is that person?
Yeah, big red machine, Paul.
Joe Morgan.
Yeah.
Well, you and Yaz had the exact amount of walks.
Here's one thing you should remember. Those 2 guys were veteran players, and they played through the whole decade of the 70s. I didn't play through
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I didn't. I became a regular in 72, I think.
The reason I asked if is it a teammate, I thought, hey, see, they got my razor on camera there.
It's like an Antiques Roadshow.
I thought it might be Eddie Murray because, you know, Eddie Murray was a tough guy, tough out too.
Eddie didn't come up till 77. He was rookie of the year in 77.
Granderson with a fly ball to shallow left. Reimold coming on and makes the play. One down, that'll bring up Mark Teixeira. .28-76 for Mark. Grounded out to second. The Orioles do not have 3 infielders on the right side, as we noted in the 2nd inning, although Hardy is up the middle. Pitch outside.
Mike, I just got a couple texts from kids, and every once you read these things, and they catch you by surprise, and they're funny. I have a couple nephews at the game today. One of them, Michael, is a player out in Cape Cod.
There's a ground ball to second, and Dino makes the play.
And we were up in the booth earlier in Yogi, and they met Yogi. Right. And so my other nephew wasn't there. Well, he's only about 4 or 5. Funny story I just got. He said, the boys said they met Yogi Bear. Well, I want to go up and meet Yogi Bear, too. Can we go upstairs now?
Tell him he's going to have to settle for boo-boo. Here is Robinson Cano.
Guthrie must have that 2-seamer working there. He's getting a lot of ground ball outs. Gardner's hit the ball in the yard twice and Granderson once, and everything else has been either a strikeout, only 1. The rest have been ground ball outs.
Count 1-1.
If you're a scout watching Guthrie tonight, Paul, you think he might have pitched his way out of an Oriole uniform?
You know what you're wondering, is this his last outing? Because you know everybody pulls the triggers late. They see what other teams are going to do. They say they're not interested, and the next thing you know, on Sunday, all of a sudden the interest starts jumping up a little bit.
So far tonight, he's mixing his pitches well. His breaking ball, he's been getting it close enough to the strike zone. And then all of a sudden he brings the fastball in. You can see the hitters are a little bit late, fouling him off.
That looks a little like Yogi. The 1-2. Fastball. Check swing. 2-2. Hour and 49-minute rain delay at the start of the game. Yankees and the O's will play 4 games in less than 48 hours.
Got to keep everything clean even after rain delay.
First pitcher to lose 7 straight starts to the Yankees since CC lost his final 7 starts against the Yankees before he was traded to Milwaukee and then signed with the Yankees. The 2-2. Cano battling.
See that? I mean, he got the fastball in on Robbie before at 94. That was a 74-mile-an-hour curveball. So he's mixing up speeds, even within his fastball. Breaking ball was way down.
Now we told you about Guthrie losing 7 straight. No pitcher has had a longer streak of that kind since Dennis Martinez lost 12 straight starts against the Yankees from 84 to 97 for the Orioles, Indians, and Mariners. And that's an outstanding pitcher.
El Presidente.
Saw him on the big screen today. They were showing Derek Jeter's highlights and his first home run of El Presidente.
A brand name.
Opening day at then Jacobs Field. 96. Also made a nice over-the-shoulder catch that game. 3-2. And Cano works a walk. That's an 8-pitch walk for Cano.
I thought Swisher's first at bat, Paul, he had some good pitches to hit.
Yeah.
He fouled them off. He's been pretty hot. He's got a 4-game hitting streak. Sometimes when you're going well, it takes you one at bat to kind of figure a pitcher out. And sometimes the fastball isn't quite as fast in the first inning or in the 4th inning as it was in the first. And the pitchers start to lose just a hair off of their fastball.
There's a strike.
Every once in a while you see, and I agree with you, Kenny, he had a couple good pitches to hit. It looked like he almost tried to do too much with them. A little overswing. You foul those pitches off instead of really hitting them.
Now, we told you earlier that Swisher has great numbers against Guthrie, so we looked up some of the great numbers that my partners have had against certain pitchers. Paul, 12 for 18 against Buddy Groom. You also owned Yankee bullpen coach Mike Harkey, 8 for 16, 3 home runs. And Kenny, you really owned a brand name, a Hall of Famer.
Heck,
You were 25 for 60 against Dennis Eckersley. That's 417. Look at that. Just 3 bombs.
He went deep there. He's posing. Look at him.
Yeah, that was going to be on one of the highlight shows. But they didn't have it back in those days.
You didn't get free batting gloves? You can't even match your batting gloves up? You got an orange one and a black one. What are we doing here?
Well, the team colors.
Oh, he dresses that way now. Everything's matched to the last. The socks and the watch. It's amazing.
Look at
Count 3-1.
And here, Swish has been locked in. Here's the pick and choose pitch coming up. Hit 3-1.
So run that breaking ball in. You see, he kind of overthrows it. Before, once you get that front foot planted, very hard to move, especially with those spikes on, to get out of the way.
Swing and a miss.
Take a little bit off, kind of make it look like a sinker. Change up.
That was a good pitch. You know, Guthrie knew what he had on his mind. 3-1. I'd be looking for the heat too. He takes something off. Yeah, he's got swish in no man's land. He's kind of in between. Is he going to do that again? Is he going to throw me the fast? Movement on that pitch.
Yeah, he went to the fastball, but he did have movement, and that's the thing. When you see that catcher kind of setting up down the middle of the plate, you got to figure that he knows his pitcher can get a little downward movement. You see that ball just dive out of the zone.
Cano will go again. The payoff. And he walked it. So 2 straight 2-out walks by Guthrie. That's going to bring up Eric Chavez. Buck and Willie.
You know, Kenny, if you look at good, successful pitchers, this is the situation that kind of makes the good and the bad. You know, 2 outs, no, all of a sudden you get runners in scoring position with 2 outs. The good pitchers, I look at Andy Pettitte, Jimmy Key, guys like that, always seem to make the pitch to get out of these innings.
Keep the pitch count down. Got
to see where Guthrie goes here. I mean, a lot of pitchers get in these situations after really sailing along, then give up a base hit, and next thing you know, they're not in the rhythm anymore.
Eric Chavez missed 71 games on the DL. Had to hit his first game back the other night. Took Wednesday off. Thursday was an off day for the entire team back in the lineup. Count 2-0.
So Guthrie seems to have lost his zone. He's pitching behind. For Chavez, you were on the on-deck circle when you saw that 3-1 changeup to Swisher, so you got to know that he's just not going to lay a fastball in there.
Kind of hot and humid out there. You can see Guthrie battling with the sweat on his arm.
One plate umpire Mike DeMuro said, "Would you move the Rosberg behind the mound?"
A lot of times hitters will say that. It kind of, as you're trying to pick up the pitcher, you kind of stare out here, and if that little bag's over there, it kind of messes you up where you lose a release point. Chavez was taken all the way there. 2-0 fastball.
Entering tonight, opponents make their living against Guthrie with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, hitting .302. Count 2-2.
Is kind of in full mode there. Guthrie went away. You see that swing was intended to kind of hit an inside fastball. Talked about it, what a huge boost it would be if Eric Chavez could jump in here and get hot, put some numbers up till A-Rod gets back. Then it doesn't put pressure on the Yankees to rush A-Rod back.
Ground ball to first. Lee is there, and that's going to do it. So Guthrie again works into and out of trouble. You think that Kirk Gibbs is the only one who took Dennis Eckersley deep? No, our guy Ken Singleton did. He went yard, and now defunct Memorial Stadium. Home run nonetheless. a shot of the Mohegan Sun Sports Bar. Situated in center field, the Mohegan Sun Sports Bar is a great place to gather and enjoy the game. That's what they're doing out there right now. Well, we go to the 5th.
You been in there?
No. Nolan Reimold hits one to left center, and right there is Granderson for the first out.
Russell Brandon was over it.
Yeah.
I would say it's extremely comfortable in hot days. It's got air conditioning.
It's funny though, you get such different perceptions. Like I was talking about going up and seeing Yogi, who had a thing going on, and it was right behind the right field pole. And I was kind of watching batting practice, and just the different view of you follow the ball differently from out there.
You went to see Yogi today?
Yeah,
I did too.
Here.
Yeah, I did too.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Mrs. Yogi was out there too.
Yeah. Carmen, yeah.
When Andino comes to town, you get a picture of the happiest human being on earth on the scoreboard. There's never been a happier guy in a photo ever.
It's like he just came from the dentist.
I was going to say, he just got his teeth cleaned.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
The 2-0. Popped up.
Like Christmas morning, man.
And out of play. Looks like he just unwrapped Hot Wheels. Or Johnny Lightning 500.
Just happy to be here in Yankee Stadium, isn't it?
Oh, my goodness. He's happy to be playing a lot more this year. Brian Roberts has been out of the lineup for just about the whole season for Baltimore with the concussion syndrome. So Andino's got a chance to play a little bit more. He was kind of a utility player last year. This year he's been installed at second base quite often.
And he walks. Another reason to smile. So 1 on, 1 out. Hey, don't miss a Yankee Stadium tradition on Wednesday, August 10th when the Yankees take on the Angels. That's an important game. It's also cap night. The first 18,000 guests in attendance are going to receive a Yankees cap courtesy of Starter. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com. Visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849.
J.J. Hardy's been he's only played in 7. This is his 75th game. He's got 18 home runs. He's got more home runs than any other shortstop in the major leagues.
And the left side of the infield.
Yeah.
Have some power.
Good high fastball hitter. You get it upstairs, he's going to put a charge into it. That's what he did in Toronto. He was torrid in Toronto. Hit 2 home runs the opening game of the series. Struck out 4 times the next game. In the next game, he had 2 more home runs.
Just telling the stat the other day because we keep going back to kind of the anniversary of 1961.
Oh, yeah.
On the weekend, I think it was Saturday, and the stat of the day was from 1960. Roger Maris hit 4 that day. Had a doubleheader. Had 2 in the first and 2 in the second.
If they played another one, he hit 2 more.
Wow.
That should be one of our Toyota text polls. It's the greatest Yankee team ever.
Dave, there's been a few. You know what? You can put a list too.
You're 27, 61, 98. Those are the 3 that I would put in.
I like 98 though. I think that was pretty cool.
That was a great year. 61 was a great year. It's known for the home run chase, but the Yankees were fantastic that year. Whitey Ford won 25 games in.
They swept the World Series that year?
They played Cincinnati, lost 1.
They did lose 1 game?
I don't know how they did it, but they lost 1.
You guys just punished the Padres.
And the first game was the game where we should have lost if he's coming back. Remember, Kevin Brown had a lead. He wasn't feeling well. He was absolutely dealing. And they bring in the bullpen. Chuck Knobloch hits a home run. All of a sudden, that game changes.
7 runs in the 7th inning. High drive, left field, backing up Gardner. He's on the track, and he'll make the play in front of the scoreboard to retire Hardy Tagging is Andino, and good base running there as he moves to second. Andino knew the ball's either caught or it's a home run, so he stayed anchored at first base and took off.
Tell you, J.J. Hardy's just missed a couple of them tonight.
Yeah, and you know when you're a player getting you, I'm sure you've been through this, you're like, oh, you know, if I would have hit that at home in Camden Yards, it's a home run. And then you watch Andino, and this is kind of a new play in baseball where guys, you know, it was always just get to second base, read the play. Now guys read the outfield, they know it's a catch. They'll tag up from first, get in scoring position.
Heads up play by Andino. Not quite smiling as much as he was on the scoreboard.
Swing and a miss.
Remember Nick Markakis choking up like he is now.
I don't either. I don't either. I saw that in the first inning. Noticed it. And he hits a hot shot to Cano. That'll do it. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left at the end of 4.5. We're halfway through. It's 3-0 O's. Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. By the HP Touchpad, everybody on. And by Grey Goose, the world's best tasting vodka. Well, we go to the bottom of the 5th inning, and Jeremy Guthrie has held the Yankees to 2 hits and no runs. So it'll be 8-9-1 in the Yankee order, starting with Posada against Guthrie.
It's like the Yankee fans are waiting to have something to cheer about here.
The Orioles are 12-22 this season in series openers. So the beginning of this 4-game set. Anytime there's a 4-game set, you want to win the first game. Gives you a pretty good chance to at least split the series. And the Orioles have not had much success at all in series of late. They started the season 30-31, and you figure, you know what? Bucks got him right there, especially took over in August last year, and they won one of the better teams in baseball. Weak hack there by Posada, but since June 11th, the pitching's fallen apart, the hitting as well, 11-29. And look at what they've pitched to, 5.86, and they're hitting .213 with runners in scoring position. The 2-1. Now, if you take another look at Buck there, and Paul, you played for Buck when he first became the manager. That hair on the side when you played for him was blonde.
It was still a little blonde in there.
Yeah, there's no blonde anymore. That's what all that losing's going to do.
I'll tell you what, I think he's just weeding some people out. Some people won't be back next year.
Posada walks.
Definitely got himself in trouble last inning. A couple walks where he starts the inning off, and you see Guthrie was really cruising along. First 2-3 innings, all of a sudden he's kind of labored the last inning. Now starting off the inning, this one. Walk.
Here's Russell Martin, who was singled to left in the third. 6 for his last 16 on this homestand. Good breaking ball, 0-1. Against Jeremy Guthrie, Russell 14 for 28 with 2 homers and 5 doubles. I was reading off the wrong line. Those numbers were for Swisher. They are not for Russell Martin. Martin says 1 for 2. My apologies. Ground and foul. Grounded softly to third. Reynolds the second one on to first. They turn the double play. Around the horn, 5-4-3.
Well, after the walk, Guthrie makes his pitch. Gets the ball in. Russell Martin gets that ground ball. This ball just running in on him, sinking. Oh, it's a bad, bad feeling when you've hit that ball. You just put your head down, Kenny, and run. You know that it's pretty inevitable what's going to happen.
I hit into enough double plays.
We all.
One year had a good year and still hitting the 27 of them.
You remember numbers like that?
Yeah.
I tried to close the book on those.
I think I led the league. The thing about it is, I had a good year. I was hitting the ball too hard.
We talked about Buck a little bit earlier. Today's a significant date. He was actually introduced as manager on July 29th of last year, but didn't take over the team until August 3rd. I want to take this time to send out happy birthday wishes to my niece Chelsea.
How old is she?
19.
19 years old.
She's on the Boston College softball team. She can rake.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You give her pointers?
Better hit. No, I stayed away. Better hitter than her uncle ever was. The 1-2. Dribbled slowly toward first. Derek Lee tags Gardner on the way by, and that will do it here in the fifth. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We go to the sixth, 3-0 O's. which of these Orioles is the most interesting to other teams? And you've been texting us at 58772. Here's how you voted. Wow, it's close. 39% say Derek Lee, 38% say Guthrie because you're watching him pitch a shutout, and then Koji Uehara trails the field at 23%.
This game stays close, you'll be able to figure this thing out.
I think one thing the fans don't know about Uehara, in his career in the major leagues, he has a 6-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Does not walk many.
Let me ask you this, Kenny, because I've been reading a lot about the Orioles because I knew they were coming to town. Everything I read is that everyone expects him to break down. Is he fragile?
You can't pitch him more. I've had problems pitching him in back-to-back games.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Here's Adam Jones.
And you're right, he has had an injury history.
White Sox have beaten the Red Sox 3-1. That was in Chicago, first game of that series. So the Yankees, if they can come back and close it within a game and a half of the Red Sox. And with the trade deadline coming up, the White Sox are kind of in a weird situation that, you hear talk about them maybe trading John Danks, and you don't understand why they'd be sellers because they're still very much in it. In that division in the Central, they're within striking distance. So with the victory tonight, Chicago is 2.5 games behind Detroit. Why would you be sellers?
Detroit won 2, so there's.
All right, so it's still 3.
Yeah, but you're right. At the beginning of the year, I picked the White Sox. They've kind of been a funky team this year. They've played not as well as they can, in my estimate.
No, and of all the news and everything that has gone on, and all the stuff, with their manager in the news every 5 minutes, and then you look and they're only a few games out. Yeah. It's amazing. Ozzie Guillen, you hear just ranting and raving, and he's really drawn a lot away from the team, but they're in it.
One thing I think about the White Sox, they've got a good team. When Jerry Reinsdorf owned the Bulls at one time, they don't have a Michael Jordan. You know what I mean? To just put him over the top.
Right. So you look at a guy who's just consistently a good at Paul Konerko.
Oh, yeah.
Just a consistent good hitter.
Swing and a miss. Adam Jones down on strikes. Let's check something out with Bob Lorenz for a quick update. Bob. Well, the Yankees will try to make it a game and a half, but they have to come back against Guthrie and the O's. Well, Guerrero's been up 3 times and swung the first pitch all 3 times. This one he fouls off.
Does that surprise you? He is up there hacking, man.
That's his game.
Yankees are going to Chicago. We'll see those White Sox.
See a lot of Sox next week, red and white.
Breaking ball strike.
Sergio Santos, you're going to see him in Chicago, Michael. Interesting story. Was an infielder in the Blue Jays organization. Converted to pitching, and now's the closer for the Chicago White Sox.
Swing and a miss. Didn't chase anything, although he's had a lot of success doing it. And the putout is made at first, so another strikeout. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees.
Burnett's had his best breaking ball this inning. The one he struck out Jones on was probably his best one of the night. And then he threw it out of the zone. Guerrero's going to chase, and he did.
Driven out to right field and deep. Going back, Swisher, turning, looking, see ya. Home run for Derek Lee, and it's 4-0 Baltimore.
It's the second fastball that Burnett has been hurt with, and you talked about, last time Derek Lee hit a hanging breaking ball, and I told you pitchers don't forget what they give up, so now you go after him with a fastball. Derek Lee, one of those big guys that like to get their arms extended. I think you got to throw that fastball in on his hands.
I don't think this one got in enough. I believe it's right there, right down the middle. Very similar to the pitch that Reynolds hit that way for a home run. Reynolds, Lee, strong hitters. They can hit the ball out of any portion of the ballpark, any part of the ballpark. Got good wood on it, it'll go. Lee has picked up the pace.
Here's Mark Reynolds.
Every once in a while, players are, you're stuck in Baltimore, you're looking at the records, and all of a sudden you hear your name in trade rumors. You kind of think, well, if I pick it up here, I might end up with a chance to win somewhere.
I would have said that years ago. You didn't want to leave.
Yeah.
That was a destination that people wanted to go to.
Rounded to third. Chavez is there. That's going to do it here in the sixth. But a home run by Lee gives the Orioles a run. Also gives them a 4-0 lead. We'll head to the bottom of the sixth. .40 for the O's, 0-2-0 for the Yankees. Reynolds a 2-run home run. Lee a double, a home run, 2 ribbies, and 2 runs scored. And Guthrie has walked 3, struck out 1, and thrown 79 pitches over 5 innings. Yankees are trailing as we go to the bottom of the sixth. So home run by Derek Lee. Lee's 12th of the year. And that'll bring up Derek Jeter to lead off the sixth. Jeter grounded to short and back to the mound.
But Jeremy Guthrie's in that position where if he can get a couple more innings, there's a few guys out in that bullpen they can bring in that are good. It's getting by that 5th, 6th inning where you get into their middle relief. That's where they've had some problems.
There's a strike.
And only 3 fly ball outs tonight. So the infielder's been getting a workout. 2 flies to center by Gardner and a fly out to left field by Granderson, and everything else is ground balls with the exception of 1 strikeout. A little 2-seam fastball. Just think you have it squared up and then you hit on top of it.
Right back to Guthrie. Nice play. there's one away. Tomorrow, it's a full slate of baseball as the Bombers battle the Birds in a day-night doubleheader. Complete coverage of Game 1 starts at 12:30 with the Tri-State 4 pregame, followed by all the action from the stadium. Then stick around for Game 2 with pregame coverage starting at 6:30. Orioles-Yankees doubleheader coverage starts tomorrow at 12:30, only on Yes.
Kenny, what are we doing during games tomorrow?
Between games?
Between games?
Between games.
You'll be eating, won't you?
Sure, that's going to be part of it. You can't eat for 3 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at a 4 to 7.
I'm going to bring a book.
A book?
Yeah, read something.
You know, pages, women binders.
I thought you were going to throw something exciting out there.
You don't have time to play 9 holes.
You could hit some wedges down there. Jerry Guthrie's starting to mix up. He's starting to throw everything. Fastball, I mean, behind in the count, he's thrown a few change-ups, but good sinking fastball. Seems to be one of his better innings so far. Good little cutter there. Short slider. In off the plate.
Well located, just underneath the hands. Makes it look like a strike to the inside corner. All of a sudden, heads that way. Left-handed hitters get over the top. They get a little anxious on those pitches down and in. They think that's the lower left field
zone.
Yeah, and lower left field, right field seats, but not that time.
There's Mark Teixeira. Pitch outside. Teixeira's grounded to second twice. Count 2-0. Off the foot of Teixeira.
Mark Teixeira open up. You've got a batter trying to open up and pull the ball, and a pitcher throwing a sinker that's going down and away. Up fouling that ball off your foot. Ouch. At the bottom of that shin pad, but still.
Last time Guthrie got through 5 innings without giving up a run was June 16th at Toronto.
Count 2-2. We're in the 6th inning. 2 runs for the Orioles in the 2nd on Mark Reynolds' 2-run home run. They score a run in the 4th, back-to-back doubles by Guerrero and Lee, and then they score a run in the 6th on a Lee home run. Foul ball.
Oh, we got him on the air with a little leather.
He's not getting a web gem out of that.
I'll tell you what, if you've seen some of the other plays, it's definite improvement out there. You got to start somewhere, Michael, right?
Yes, the 2-2 inside, 3-2.
Mike almost had a tear in my eye between last innings. Some of the old footage of you on the screen, that was cool. I liked it.
I did.
Brought some good memories back, though, right?
Not really.
No?
Bad memories.
Why? Why so?
That one is driven deep to right field. There it goes. See ya. A solo home run for Teixeira. His 29th of the year. Yankees are on the board. It's 4-1 Baltimore.
I think he got him to the 3-2 count. He said, well, I'm just going to throw this over. I'm not going to walk you. And he paid.
Didn't have that downward movement some of the other fastballs did. Ball got up. When a sinker baller gets the ball up just a little bit, you get away from the downward sink and you kind of get a tail. And that's the ball that you can hit and elevate and put it in the seats.
Been quite a homestand for Teixeira. 4 home runs and 10 runs batted in. Now let's take a look at it on the IOTV HD Super Shot.
See that Front hip opening, back leg, power swing, true power hitter.
Right off the Wheaties box.
I'll tell you what, Robbie has been swinging the bat pretty good, and he has looked very uncomfortable tonight. Fouling balls off the other way, out on his front foot. Guthrie's done a good job of keeping him off balance, mixing in different speeds, and you don't see Robbie have 2 or 3 at bats where he just doesn't look comfortable.
0 for 1 with a walk, and he's under 290 now at 289, the 0-2. '29 home runs for Teixeira, 77 runs batted in.
See Robbie battling back into this count now. Always kind of a relief, Kenny, when you were 0-2 and all of a sudden you look up and you battle back to 2-2. You feel like you've kind of won the battle to get back in the count, get something good to hit. And I tell you what, Guthrie went back to that slider, back down and in.
Well, the Yankees get on the board. Mark Teixeira on a 3-2 pitch drives it deep into the seats and right his 29th home run of the year. We're going to the 7th inning. It's 4-1 O's. By J&R Music and Computer World, and by Toyota, the official hybrid of the New York Yankees. Well, we're going to the 7th inning. The Yankees are trailing 4-1. It'll be Matt Wieters starting it off for the O's. Bottom third of the order: Wieters, Reimold, and Andino. Now, before the game, the Yankees had a moment of silence. The passing of Hideki Irabu, who pitched for the Yankees and won championships with them in '98 and '99. Passed at the age of 42. Very, very sad in California. And Paul, you were a teammate of Hideki when he got there. Give us some thoughts about it.
Well, the hype that he came over with is what I remember, and I remember his first game on how excited people were to see him pitch, and he had a good game. He beat the Detroit Tigers. I remember that day. But never, I don't think, got to the point where he felt where he was as good as he could be, and I'm sure it was very frustrating for him.
They called him the Japanese Nolan Ryan. You see the Cadillac scoreboard 4-1. And we send our condolences to Hideki's wife and children and his family back in Japan as well. Very, very sad story. Hideki Irabu passing away at the age of 42. Here's Nolan Reimold. In 3 years with the Yanks, Irabu was 29-20, which certainly is not terrible. He came over, as Paul said, with such hype. He was great in Japan, win leader in 94, ERA leader in 95 and 96. Threw the fastest pitch in Japanese baseball history, 98 miles an hour in 93.
The thing about it, the Padres actually owned his rights.
Right.
And he told the Padres he wasn't going to pitch for anybody but the Yankees. So they had to work out a deal. And eventually he did come to the Yankees. During his time with the Yankees, my wife Suzanne and I actually went out to lunch with him once at a sushi restaurant. He and his interpreter, George Rose.
Right.
And he was so entertaining that day. He was very funny. Of course, had to go through his interpreter to find out what he was saying. But it was a very entertaining afternoon. And got to see him in a different light.
And in that game that Paul's talking about, it was against the Tigers here at the old Yankee Stadium, 51,000 people. And I think he pitched into the 7th inning and got the win, and that was about as good as it got. And I think Hideki turned everybody onto magnets.
Yeah, he used to wear the magnets all. They look like little Band-Aids all over his arm.
2-2.
I really don't know how to explain it or figure out that, you know, A.J. Burnett has thrown some really, really good pitches tonight, but it seems like when he misses it all, I mean, he just gets hammered, and there's no reason for it, as good as his stuff is when you make a mistake at all. But he's really paid tonight. I mean, a couple fastballs he missed out over the plate, 2 home runs, a hanging breaking ball, double to center field. And then you look at some other pitches that have just been unhittable.
Well, he tied his season high in strikeouts with 9. And so it's been, you're right, he's been great at certain instances during the game, but he's had those hiccups. The home run to Reynolds following a walk, where he just threw one and was right there. Then the 2 doubles with 1 out in the 4th, and then the solo home run to Lee with 2 outs and nobody on in the 6th after striking out 2 hitters. It's sort of like he's an enigma, you know. Right. He's got great stuff. I would not want to hit against him, to be honest with you. But I think if you do hit against him, you wait him out. You figure you get deep in the count against him. You might get something to hit.
One. Grounded to short. Jeter's there. And he gets Andino. Final out of a 1-2-3 inning. At the end of 6 1/2. It's time for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. The Yankees trail the O's 4-1, but we're going to stay right here and honor America in the Bronx.
Please rise and offer a moment of silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are serving our country at home and around the globe. Thank you. Now join in Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
Players see the Cadillac scoreboard 4-1 Orioles over the Yankees, and the Phillies just did not replace Jason Worth when he left, and Dominic Brown probably is not quite ready. So they get a good young player who's under their control for 2 more years, Hunter Pence, a guy that the Astros have been saying that they don't want to trade, and they've traded him.
Well, from what I heard, he didn't want to go, but when you get a chance to go for the Astros, who have the worst record in baseball, I believe, and then go to the Philadelphia Phillies, and you're in first place, you got about a 5-game lead, headed to the playoffs. Man, he might have left some of his clothes in Houston.
It's a big opportunity. There's no doubt about it, and it is a great trade for Philadelphia, because a lot of times you trade for these good players to fill in. You kind of rent them for a few months to see if they can get you through. But you said they got him for 2 more years after that.
98 pitches for Guthrie as he starts the 7th, and he'll deal to Nick Swisher. There's a strike.
Swisher gave up on that one. Kenny, that was a good pitch to hit right there. Kind of a hanger breaking ball. He's been throwing that thing down and in, but you see this one hung over the plate a little bit. It gave up on it thinking it was high.
I also think he thought he wasn't going to double up. He threw him 2 in a row.
Now we see the one down out of the zone. Tried to, and he hung it out in the middle of the plate.
Guthrie's season high in pitches 117. That came in a complete game loss at Tampa Bay.
Well, if he feels like this is his time to get out and open some eyes, he's surely done it. He's pitched well, but shut down a team that has absolutely owned him over the years in the Yankees. Another breaking ball. That ball kind of backed up, so we saw 4 breaking balls. 1 at bat.
You talked about him changing the way he pitches. Swisher's worn him out. Stay with the hook.
Pitches high to Chavez. High pop-up. Shallow right. Andino out. Markakis in. Markakis makes the play for the 2nd out. Here's Posada.
Kenny, earlier in the game, we were kind of making fun. I was making fun of your old batting gloves. And tonight, you'll see 2 guys, in Vladimir Guerrero and Jorge Posada. Really not too many guys in baseball that go up to that plate with no batting gloves.
I don't know how these guys do it when it's really cold in April. You don't hit the ball, it's going to hurt.
On to foul. Posada with a single in the 3rd and a walk in the 5th.
Orioles have 3 complete games this year. Guthrie has 2 of them, and both of them were complete game losses where the Orioles got shut out.
Talked about the run support. I mean, it's just, that's when you go to the locker room and feel like, I threw another great game and they just didn't give me any run. But tonight he got some runs early.
Served out to left. Reimold can't make the play. And a 2nd base hit for Posada.
So much past history, and you see Jorge's going to kind of dunk this one off the end of the bat. Another breaking ball. Kind of moving that ball in and out. Dunks it in there, but again, back to his past, as much success as the Yankees have had against Guthrie, you got to figure in his mind, he's like, I've got to keep this lead. I can't let things get out of hand, and you start pitching a little careful.
Russell Martin singled through the left side and also wrapped into a 5-4-3 double play. There's Willie Larry Randolph. 6 World Series rings with the Yankees. 2 as a player in 77, 78. 4 as a coach during the Joe Torre run.
Willie started the year out as the bench coach. Now he's a third base coach. John Russell, and he switched positions. John Russell been having knee problems. It's hard for him to move around down the third base coaching box.
So Willie's still 1 ring ahead of Derek. Derek has 5 and Willie has 6. And he's 4 behind Yogi, and Frank Crissetti had a bunch as a coach and a player. Foul back. 18 seasons as a player, and he was an outstanding player.
Yeah.
6-time All-Star. He was a Yankee captain, by the way, for 3 seasons. Yankee coach from 94 to 2004. 6-time world champion, as we mentioned, and he managed the Mets from 05 to 08. The 2-2.
Took a lot of hits away from me, Paul.
The thing that caught my eye, I didn't know that he was a captain. He was a Yankee captain. Huh?
Yep. And he came within 1 Adam Wainwright curveball that froze Carlos Beltran of taking the Mets to the World Series. Good man. And the 2-2. Outside 3-2. So that's going to release Posada at first. The full count with 2 outs.
Last time he went to 3-2, Teixeira took him in the seats.
I think he doesn't know that. He's not going to lay a fastball right in there. And he did.
And Martin swings and misses, and that'll do it. No runs a hit, no errors. 1 man left. We go to the 8th inning. It's 4-1 Baltimore.
#8772 or vote online at yesnetwork.com. Tonight's candidates are Jeremy Guthrie, Derek Lee, Mark Reynolds, and Mark Teixeira. Got 3 home runs and a starting pitcher there.
Yeah,
vote now and make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply.
Well, A.J. Burnett trailing 4-1 as we go to the 8th inning. Top of the order, J.J. Hardy. Orioles want to have Hardy as one of the cornerstones of what they're trying to do. You see the Hyundai scoreboard. They signed him to a 3-year contract extension on July 8th, and that'll take him through 2014. Would have been a free agent at the end of this year.
There are some fans in Baltimore wondering why he signed, because he could become a free agent, go anywhere, and he said because shown a little love by the ball club. They wanted him to stay. So a 3-year extension, pretty good money, I think over $20 million. So he's going to be in Baltimore. They don't have to worry about the shortstop position for a while.
He said, I like the manager, I like the coaches, and I like my teammates. So why should I become a free agent?
Well, you know what the fans are thinking. They haven't won in 13 years.
Right. Well, they've got their parts. They've got Wieters, they've got Hardy, they've got Jones. So up the middle is the way you build. And if Brian Roberts gets healthy, which is a big question mark, he's been injury plagued the last couple of years. That's a good way to start building your club.
Kenny, you live down there, so you see a lot more than the Orioles and we do. I mean, who do they have a face of this franchise? Who is the face of this franchise?
I would have to say it's Wieters.
Yeah,
he made the All-Star team this year. Hardy's only played. He missed a lot of time with oblique strain, but still, as I said, he got 18 home runs in 75 games. You get anything elevated, he is going to hit it hard.
Now in his line into right field, coming on Swisher, and he makes the play. Boy, he hit that ball hard, but it stayed up, hit it too hard.
I'll tell you what, Nick Swisher got a great jump on the ball, and this ball is caught by the first 2 steps you take as an outfielder. How good a jump you got makes that play easy. Often pacing out there, Kenny.
Nice play.
Tell you what, as a right fielder, you see AJ Burnett likes that. As a right fielder, you get a great jump, and you're going in, you're just hoping this thing does not get in those lights somehow, because there's that little dead zone out there in right center that you can just lose it for an instant.
Swisher's made a couple of good plays out there tonight.
Yeah, first inning, into the wall. Markakis hit a couple balls hard tonight. He's got nothing to show for it.
Pitch to Markakis is a strike. Now, Kenny, you were telling us that Markakis is taking Guerrero's bat. That's why he's choking up.
Well, he got off to such a poor start this year. Yeah, but then he had a streak where he tied his career high in hitting streak in 19 games and hit 414 during the streak. And you know, when you're struggling, you'll try anything. So he would start using Guerrero's bat, start to hit. And his bats might be a little heavier than his. So what he does, he chokes up on him. You can see the big knob at the bottom. Kind of reminds you of the bats that Barry Bonds used to use.
That one is driven down the right field line. It is going to be one hop into or against the foul pole. At least I think it did. It's a double nonetheless.
And Markakis has had some good at bats. He hit a ball on the line earlier in the game, hit a one hopper to second. It's coming right into your living room. I think you're right, Michael.
Yeah, it did hit so it didn't even merit a throw. It was an automatic double. Yep.
Cost a fan a ball.
Markakis had 4 straight 40 double seasons. He was double trouble. He's not going to make it this year, though.
There's Adam Jones. All 5 Oriole hits tonight, extra base hits. Did he go? Yes, he did, says Tim Welke. Hour and 49-minute rain delay at the start. We're in the 8th inning. It's a 4-1 Oriole lead. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Burnett's made some of his best pitches to Jones tonight, and Jones came in hot. He was 9 for his last 20. Had a good series up in Toronto. Well, the Orioles came to the Bronx and it needed extendo bat to get that one.
Luis Ayala warming for the Yanks.
Amazing you threw a two-seamer in and how big that outside corner gets after being busted in a little bit.
Grounded to short. Jeter's there. Guns down Jones for the second out.
So Jones upset, and the reason he is upset because Burnett hung that ball. That was a good pitch to hit for a hitter. Just goes to show you pitchers, they don't hit them all. And once in a while you make a mistake and you get rid of it. See, the ball kind of just hung out over the middle of the plate.
Here's Guerrero. He's had 3 at-bats, swung at the first pitch all 3 times. Now it's 4.
That couldn't happen again, could it?
Long run for Swisher, and it's a foul ball.
Bat that Guerrero uses is loaded with pine tar. I mean, like the first bat he ever used in a big league.
Boy, that kind of bat got George Brett in trouble.
Yeah, look at that.
Is that rule just no longer? I mean, it's
that rule's no longer, I think. Because that's way past the label. .318 lifetime average. You look at Guerrero's numbers, and you know what? He's going to end up in Cooperstown. His numbers just jump out at you.
444 home runs.
MVP, won a world championship. Nine-time All-Star. One outside.
You know, and people forget what type of player he was when he was an outfielder in Montreal. I mean, he had one of the best arms in the league. A lot of range in right field.
Back when it could run, too.
Steal bases. I think he's had a couple of seasons where he's stolen 30 bases.
He would really solidify his candidacy if he somehow got to 500, but the batting average combined with those home runs could do it. The 2-1.
Look out.
And he gets plunked.
Looked like a two-seamer that just kind of took off. See, it just followed Guerrero, and he was trying to get out of there. Get him in the right thigh.
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at some of his stats here. And back in Montreal, back-to-back years, he had 37 stolen bases, 40 stolen bases.
Wow. He was a good all-around ball player.
Here's Derek Lee, big spot in this game. Breaking ball is a strike. Lee is hurt Burnett. He scored 2 runs. He has a double, a home run, a walk. There's a stat that you wonder why pitchers would ever throw Guerrero a first pitch even within the zone, anywhere near the zone. He has more career home runs on the first pitch than any other count, 125. He's up there cutting and slashing, wanting to bounce the first pitch. He's not like the type of hitter that you need to get ahead of because you're not going to walk him. The 1-1, grounded foul.
Yep, Guerrero's got 11 walks this year.
All 11 of them?
I think it took him till June before he got his first one.
Was it intentional?
He's got 2 intentions. Cutting and slashing.
1-2 outside.
Another big pitch for A.J. Burnett. Derek Lee's had good at-bats tonight. Home run, double to center field. Now you've got an opportunity. You've got 2 outs for Burnett to try to get out of this. Lee try to tack on.
Two high. So the base runners will be going on the 3-2.
I think, Kenny, last time up, home run fastball, 3-2. What do you see here?
Good sharp breaking ball down and over. Yeah, the heater.
I was just going to say, boy, good call. I saw him setting up outside. Had to sneak the fastball by him.
Yeah, but the pitch wasn't there. It kind of drifted back to the middle, and that's the one that had him in trouble.
And a good swing by Derek Lee.
This might have frightened him to a breaking ball, though. This pretty good swing.
Three-two. Did he hold up? No, he did not. A strikeout for Burnett is 10th. That's a season high. And the Orioles will strand 2. No runs a hit, no errors, and 2 men left. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Yankees have some scoring to do. The Orioles lead this one 4-1. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on Yes as Lee goes around. And T. And that call brings in Koji Uehara. Look at the numbers, they're outstanding. Kenny, 60 strikeouts in 46 innings.
How about 8 walks?
So he's got 32 base runners in 46 innings.
Yeah, this is, as I mentioned, one of the trade chips they have, Koji Uehara. I think if you manage him properly out of the bullpen, we said it's hard for him to pitch back-to-back games. His last 12 appearances, 14 innings, only 4 hits, 2 walks, and 21 strikeouts. He's got a good splitter. And he's got excellent control. I should say command. Control is just throwing the ball over the plate. Command is putting the ball where you want to.
Hyundai scoreboard, Orioles lead 4-1. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. And the pitch to Gardner. Here's a strike. Gardner's 0 for 3 tonight on this homestand, 4 for 22. strike. Kevin Gregg has been very shaky closing for the O's. Uehara has done a better job setting him up. The 0-2, swing and a miss. Gardner down on strikes. Now, amongst major league pitchers that have thrown at least 40 innings, Uehara has the best whip, which is walks to hits to innings pitched. Anything around 1 is exceptional. His is well under. It's a 0.70 whip. There's Derek Jeter. Derek 0 for 3 against Guthrie. Three ground balls, ground ball to short, and then 2 back to the mound.
See that off-speed pitch, Kenny, and you see the hitters, you know, he kind of jumps at you. So you kind of, as a hitter, jump at him. Look fastball. You see Derek way out in front here.
Remember the game at Baltimore, Michael, where Uehara came in and gave up the 3-run homer to A-Rod in the 9th inning? I think that's the only time that I've really seen him have a poor outing. I think it was a 3-2 pitch with 2 outs in the 9th, and A-Rod took a pitch that was very close for ball 3, and then hit the next one in the seats.
See a strikeout pitcher. I mean, to be a strikeout pitcher, you got to pitch ahead. He's been 0-2 to Gardner, got a strikeout. 0-2 to Jeet here.
Given the other way. And out of play. Well, the Orioles have a decision to make. I don't think it's that tough of a decision. They're not going anywhere. They're in last place in the East. It's nice to have good relief pitchers, but if you could get something decent for him, and teams would jump at a guy like this, a contending team, to put him in the bullpen and maybe restock with some youngsters, that's up to GM Andy McPhail.
It's all about getting some prospects. The Orioles have very little help. All the young pitchers that they've had have been in the big leagues. Some of them are back in the minors. 2 of them are scheduled to pitch tomorrow. Come back from the minor leagues to pitch. Chris Tillman and Zach Britton. Both of them started the year in the bigs, back down in the minors.
1-2. 2-2. Uehara has been victimized by the Yankees. The home run that Kenny talked about by A-Rod. Then Nick Swisher hit a walk-off home run in a 3-2 O's loss last September 8th. The 2-2. And Jeter rips that one to left field. Coming on Reimold. Brought the plate on a couple of hops. He bobbles. Jeter running hard goes to second. And he's in there. Should be a single and an E7. And that's the way it's scored.
Yeah, it's going to be an error. And you watch, tries to run it in on Derek. Derek would have none of it. It's a line drive to left. And watch Reimold come over. A little bit of a double dribble here. Hits it right between his legs. And Jeter making a good turn at first, going down the line hard. Goes into second. Single, E7.
Now the Yankee power brokers come up. Granderson and Teixeira. Teixeira already has a home run, accounting for the Yankees' only run. Granderson needs one to stay even. 57 home runs between them. Hammered foul.
Well, Kenny, it's interesting. I'm looking at his stats, and you said it's hard for him to come back back-to-back day. I mean, he was a starter his whole career over in Japan. He started his first year in Baltimore in 2009. So this is kind of a new thing for him, pitching out of the bullpen. 20-game winner in Japan.
He's had some elbow issues. It's
1-1. 2-1. 2-1. There's a strike. Let's take a look at the Major League home run leaders, brought to you by the HP Touchpad. Everybody on. And Mark Teixeira has moved into the lead for second place. Jose Bautista still first at 31. Teixeira 29. And Granderson with 28. Line drive. Foul.
Uh-oh, you see that? Now he's getting hot down there. Look at this little backhand action. Comfortable down there.
You know he's thinking, take that, O'Neill.
Yeah, it's funny. I was making it. We were talking before the game down in the cage. He was getting all ready.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball upstairs.
And he elevated. He uses that split finger to set up his fastball. His fastball is 89. It's not overpowering, but it's out of the zone.
Yeah, Curtis helped him out. That pitch was out of the zone.
Strike to Teixeira. Teixeira 2 ground balls a second and a solo home run in the 6th. Jeter's at second with 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Start of the game delayed an hour and 49 minutes because of a driving rainstorm. Hail at one point.
They had it all working here, didn't they?
Teixeira 1 for 7 against Uehara. That one was a home run, though. And now Leaders wants to talk with him.
When you watch, we're in the middle of that rain delay, and it's hailing, it's lightning, it's thunder, everything. The field's underwater, and you just can't picture yourself being in this position. I mean, the field looks great. There's no standing water.
Let's take a look at tomorrow's starting pitchers, brought to you by Verizon Fios. Visit us online at verizon.com/getfios to get the best deals on Fios. Chris Tillman against Bartolo Colon. Our coverage begins at 12:30 with the pregame and 107 for the first pitch, and we'll have coverage of the second game as well. Both games.
Some of us will, Michael. Some of us have other plans.
I got a wedding to go.
You already had one.
It's not going to be as grand as yours. I'll tell you that right now.
We were both there, wasn't it good?
Oh,
yeah.
It was impressive. All joking aside, I'm sure Jody had more to do with it than you.
Yes. Here's the 0-2. Check swing. Did he go? Did he go? No, he did not. An umpire will not answer unless the home plate umpire points, not the catcher.
Or the hitter. As an Adrian Beltre, he'll point.
I was just going to say there's one guy that checks himself, and that's Beltre. Yeah.
1-2. Manny Ramirez sometimes would check himself.
Well, I didn't check because they had a tendency to strike you out when you check. You ever check down there, Kenny?
No.
I didn't even want to look down there when they check.
Just
hold your breath.
Come on, let me stay up here a little longer.
1-2. High pop-up. Shallow right. Markakis comes in and makes the play for the final out. So a scoreless 8th by Uehara. No runs a hit, 1 error, 1 left. We'll go to the 9th. It's 4-1 O's. postgame. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry have a complete breakdown of this game, as well as a look at around the rest of baseball. Plus, Joe Girardi's press conference, and Kimberly Jones talks to the players in the clubhouse. It's all coming up after the final out, only on Yes. Luis Ayala will take over for A.J. Burnett. Burnett pitched 8 good innings. Made some mistakes, though, to Mark Reynolds and a couple of Derek Lee, and that's where we stand at 4-1. Yankees down. Good numbers for Ayala, and he will face the aforementioned Reynolds, and then Wieters and Reimold as we play the top of the 9th inning. Talking Baltimore is if they end up trading Derek Lee, they would move Reynolds to first and see if he can handle that position.
The move would be necessitated by the fact he's made 21 errors at third.
There's a strike. Derek Lee's had an RBI double and a home run and a walk and 2 runs scored tonight. Scouts all over Yankee Stadium this entire homestand. So they are certainly making their notations on Derek Lee.
You can be sure Yankee scouts are scattered throughout Major League Baseball, too.
Kevin Gray getting ready.
I believe that A.J. Burnett, I mean, if he looks back over his game, I mean, he should be out there free and easy throwing strikes, but it's hard to do that when you make few mistakes like he did tonight, and the mistakes cost you home runs and doubles. I mean, he did not make that many mistakes tonight, far less in the last game, and they cost him runs tonight.
10 strikeouts, only 1 inning where he didn't record a strikeout. But then 5 hits, all 5 are for extra bases.
Extra base hit, a couple home runs.
Checks his swing. And Ayala deals the 2-2. Looped into shallow center. But Granderson right there to make the play. 1 down. Crowd of 46,490 here at the stadium. Yankees continue to lead the American League in attendance, second in baseball behind the Phillies in average attendance. Wieters is 0 for 3 tonight. There's a strike from Ayala. Foul back to the screen.
Talking about Wieters being the face of the franchise. I mean, he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Not this year, but last year, yeah. It said it made the All-Star team this year. There he is, the perfect catch.
A lot of hype compared to Joe Mauer. They actually called him Mauer with power.
You know, years ago, you look back, and Kenny, you were part of it when, you know, the Orioles were a powerhouse, a good team. Definitely Baltimore, baseball town now. I mean, with the Ravens, the success they've had, I mean, is Baltimore still a baseball town in your mind?
No. I would think that when the lockout ended the other day, it's been all football talk.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep. I'll tell you, when that lockout ended, your radio shows lights. I mean, that phone's just been blowing up, hasn't it, Mike?
All football. It's amazing. In a week where, you know, also the trade deadline for baseball, but football compressed so much into about 5 days. The 1-2. Fouled away. You know, we talk about the trade deadline, and there's one pitcher that a lot of people have been looking at. They were looking forward to the start tonight. Eric Bedard of the Mariners pitched against Tampa Bay. They just got hammered. Tampa Bay's leading 8-0. That's in the bottom of the third.
Former Oriole, Eric Bedard.
1-2.
Who the Orioles traded to Seattle for 4 players, including Adam Jones.
And then he hurt his arm.
I think he went through a couple of surgeries.
Yep. Swing and a miss, so Wieters ends up losing that battle as Ayala strikes him out. Put out made it first, 2 down.
It's not very often where you have a game where your hitters have struck out 11 times and you're winning.
Here's Nolan Reimold, who is 2 of those strikeouts. He's 0 for 3. Also flied out to center. The strikeout sandwiching that at bat. Outside.
See, Ayala will change arm angles. He really dropped down on that one. Stays up top on that one and really gets that ball to run in. Let's see how Ayala can get movement, but a lot of times when you change arm angles on pitch to pitch, it's really tough to find a consistent release point.
The 2-1. There's a strike. 2-2. And the pitch. Laced into center field. Coming on. Granderson. He's going to make the play on a hop. So a base hit for Reimold.
Short hopped it. Good effort. I was always afraid to leave my field. If that ball got by me, it's a long way to chase this thing.
Especially on a wet night where the ball kind of skips a little bit. That ball gets by you. There's nothing. You can't stop sliding because it's wet to get up and run after it.
It is amazing, and Paul mentioned this. It rained so hard for about an hour and a half. And when they take the tarp off, they take it off toward left field. And it really looked like the Hudson River out there. And there's no splashes now when a ball lands in the outfield. It has drained so unbelievably. There's no standing water at all. There's a strike to Andino.
Yeah, these drainage systems that they put into these infields and outfields nowadays, I mean, it's amazing. Only takes a while for the water to drain away. It's like it didn't rain at all.
I remember in the old Yankee Stadium, they used to take the tarp off toward right.
Yeah, I remember real well,
They dump all the water by Paul O'Neill's feet. Now they drain it out toward left.
That's right. I remember that very well. I'd be out there running sprints and it's knee deep in water. They didn't care about right field.
I've read about in the older days, they called games because of wet ground. Just couldn't play them. I mean, the field was saturated.
1-2. Grounded. Past a diving Chavez and into left field. A base hit for Andino. So runners on first and second with 2 outs, and that'll bring up J.J. Hardy. ball had some English off the bat. Ball kind of kicked away with him or from him on that hop.
Yeah, you can see the spin on the ball as it's going to hit the turf and hit the dirt, I should say, and just move away from All right, Chavez, 6 years in a row he won a Gold Glove at third base with the A's.
Pitch to Hardy inside. Hardy's hit the ball in the air 4 times. Popped up the short, and then he tried each of the outfielders. Count 1-1.
Hardy was taken well to the leadoff spot vacated by Brian Roberts. Although he does not have the complete skill set. Roberts can steal bases. Hardy, 18 home runs, has not stolen a base this year. If Roberts ever comes back, then you could move Hardy into the third spot in the order.
That kind of power.
Yeah.
322 with runners in scoring position this year. Grounded foul.
But I'm not sure that they know when or if Roberts is coming back to play this year. Haven't heard too much about him lately. He was a satisfied customer. He just found a gold bar.
Made his night. Took 9 innings, but it made his night.
Two. Missed outside.
Kenny, most hitters, if you look at Hardy, most hitters have their hands go up as they kind of load, and Hardy keeps those hands low, which keeps him under that high pitch. You're talking, he's a good high ball hitter.
I would venture to say the time of year he's having, it's between him and Adam Jones who's going to be the most valuable player on this team. Jones might win it because he's going to play in more games.
Popped up. Cano is there. Makes the play, and that will do it here in the ninth. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 men left. Last lick's coming up for the Yankees. Do they have a rally in their bones? Centers of New York. The best care in the world right in your backyard. Find your tri-state area Volkswagen dealers. Visit VWDealer.com. And by McDonald's. I'm loving it. Well, the Orioles closer comes on. It's going to be Kevin Gregg. See the numbers on Gregg. 16 saves. A lot of walks. That's 61 base runners in 39 innings for him. A 3.69 ERA. Has a new left fielder, Felix P.A. takes over for Nolan Reimold. There's Felix. And Gregg will face Cano. There's a strike. Cano, Swisher, and Chavez here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Quickly 0-2.
I think Guthrie's last start with the Orioles had a great outing, shut down a good team.
Well, you know, if the scouts are here, they could make a good recommendation. So we should try and get this guy.
The 0-2.
Oh my! You know what? He did have a good outing. A lot of ground ball outs. Only made one mistake to Teixeira. That was on a 3-2 fastball that was right there to be hit.
Grounded to third, and off the glove of a diving Reynolds, and it trickles into foul territory. That'll allow Cano to get to second with a double.
A good break for Robbie Cano. He gets a 0-2 pitch, very close pitch, called a ball. You get another swing right down the line. Reynolds does what he can just off the end of his glove.
Robbie is 25th double of the season. And he leads the Yankees in that category.
There's Nick Swisher. Nick 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts and a walk. Yankees down 4-1. Bottom of the 9th, the pitch. Driven out toward left field, giving chase Felix P.A. On the run, he's going to have to play it on the base of the wall. That will score Cano, and Swisher's on second with an RBI double, and the Yankees have cut it to 4-2.
And Swisher's not going to wait around. He drives the ball to left field, and Buck Showalter's got to be thinking, not again.
When Swisher started to pick up the pace from the left-hand side of the plate, he started doing it by hitting the ball better to the opposite field. He hit an opposite field home run in Cincinnati. I believe you and Michael were doing the game. And this is when he started to hit the ball better left-handed. When he decided to stop trying to pull everything. Over the head of P.A. Cano scores easily. And the thing now is just to keep the line moving.
Here's Chavez, the tying run, and the pitch inside. Chavez 0 for 3. Grounded to first twice, and then a fly ball to right. Well, the Yankees finally wake up here in the bottom of the 9th inning. The entire evening seems like they've been underwater, but you have to give credit to Jeremy Guthrie and Koji Uehara. That one is served out to left field. P.A. will make the catch. Swisher just bluffs as the throw comes into Hardy. So there's one out.
Three left-handed hitters hitting the ball the other way.
Here's Posada. He touched Guthrie for 2 hits and also walked. Yankees have not lost to the Orioles this year. They are 6-0 against Baltimore. I'd like to keep that streak going. Gregg signed as a free agent, was with the Blue Jays last year. And has been a thrill a minute trying to close games. Through June 8th, a 2.96 ERA. Since then, 4.91. See what Posada's done against Gregg. 2 for 10, and one of the two a home run, as Wieters wants to go out and talk with his closer. In the dirt. The Yankees have trailed after 8 innings 38 times this year. They've come away with 2 wins. This is the 39th time.
First pitch swinging. See Greg kind of change things up. Start with a breaking ball. Suddenly he finds himself behind 2-0 though. Realize a home run will tie this game up. Another one in the dirt.
Kicks away from Wieters. Swisher was getting a little frisky there, but realized I better get back to second.
Here's another look at it. The breaking ball in the dirt. Swisher would have had a better chance if the ball went the other way.
Good decision. Yeah. Your run means absolutely nothing. You can score from second just as easy.
You get a base hit, they're usually going to let you score anyway and throw the ball to second and make sure that the tying run doesn't get in scoring position.
Taking all the way, 3-1 now. On deck is Russell Martin.
Posada, you have to look dead fastball here, inner half. I think you can take a chance here. Greg has not been able to throw that breaking ball off speed over the plate. Does it?
Well, he does it. That's ball 4. So now the Yankees have the tying runs on, and Buck Showalter starting to pace. I've always said a manager has that one job, as Dickerson will pinch run for Posada. You get a lead to your closer, and you've pretty much done what you're supposed to do. Now, if your closer doesn't do the job, all you can do, I guess, is sweat through it. But that's what every manager manages toward.
That's what he's going to do. You look at the Baltimore bullpen. There's nobody up over there.
Meanwhile, Posada was on base all 4 times in it. 2 hits and 2 walks.
So here's Russell Martin. He comes up as the winning run. Bottom of the 9th inning. Orioles lead 4-2. Pitch is high. Swisher at second. Dickerson pinch running for Posada is at first. An extra base hit could tie the game. The outfielders are deep, trying to cut off the extra base hit. Count 2-0. Does Joe Girardi green light Martin as Gardner waits on deck?
Greg's having so many problems. I think you let him dig as deep a hole as he can.
Taking all the way, 3-1.
Okay, you could even take another one here. Greg's had so much problem with the strike zone on this at bat, but Russell Martin is hard as a hitter.
To take that pitch right down the middle. Huge impact.
Martin with 10 home runs. 39 runs batted in. 1 for 3 tonight. Grounded to short. Hardy goes to second. They get 1. That's all they get, as Dickerson was right there and kind of upset Andino. Keep the game alive. Runners on first and third now with 2 outs.
Tell you what, that almost looked like a double play ball off the bat, but Hardy gets kind of an in-between hop, and Jorge kind of shields it as a runner. try to do that on purpose.
Their Swisher just trying to keep from being hit with the ball.
Now Eduardo Nunez is going to pinch run for Russell Martin. Weeder's good at throwing out runners, so I think Nunez is there to try to score the extra base hit rather than attempt to steal second and maybe end the game there. Here's Gardner. Count 1-0.
And if you look at the way the outfielder playing, Brett Gardner hits that left center field gap, and he's going to run all day. We're going to have a tie game wide open out here in left center.
Waves through that one. The count 1-1.
You notice the outfielders, Kenny, and think that's the way they're going to pitch it?
I always looked at the center fielder when I came to the plate. And most of the time they played me straight up there because that was either gap.
That's right here, fastball away, and that's kind of leaving left center open.
Missed outside. 2-1 on deck is Derek Jeter. Swisher's at third. Nunez at first. Jeter on deck. Gardner at the plate.
You know what, that's a dangerous pitch right there to Brett Gardner when you're going to throw him away. Line drive over the shortstop head, and he gets through to that gap. It's going to roll.
Count 3-1.
I think Brett Gardner's in a little different position than Russell Martin was. 3-1. You might see Brett Gardner take a pitch. Not a true home run hitter. 3-2 pitch. Even if he does throw a strike, allow Nunez to run at first base.
There's a strike. Clipped the outside corner. Gardner thought it was ball 4. And he tells Mike DeMuro that.
We get the benefit of the second look. Man. Yeah, here's a better angle. That's ball 4.
Swing and a miss, and that'll do it. Brett Gardner snaps his bat in frustration as the Yankees lose this game 4-2. And I think the bat snapping was more over the 3-1 pitch than the swing and the miss. So the Yankees come up short here in the 9th. 1 run, 2 hits, and 2 men left. And the ball kind of hung up there in the zone.
Breaking ball.
And that was a pitch that he could have maybe driven and won the game with. And Gardner just destroys his bat in frustration. Stick around for the postgame show to find out who's tonight's Chevy player of the game. Well, the Orioles now 13-22 in series openers. Yankees lose the first game of this 4-game set. 4-2. We'll come back. We'll wrap things